Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Clay County 4-H Sheep Show. We will begin with Class 1 Cordell Yearling Ewes. We have Benjamin Bochting, Caleb Bochting, and Jacob LaFerry. We need Class 2 and Class 3 to the makeup ring at this time, Class 2 and Class 3. We do want to say a huge thank you to Iron Horse Detailing, who donated the buckets for exhibitors. Exhibitors, you will be able to pick those buckets up along with all of your ribbons at the end of the show. And a huge thank you to Tina Boo, who donated the decals.
Here. Hey, face that way, buddy. Test. I feel like I'm in Houston and trying to get a rocket on the moon or something here. Well, good morning and welcome to the 2020 Clay County Sheep Show, and it's certainly a privilege and an honor to be here. I never take any of these deals for granted, whether it's a county fair on a hill underneath a tent in Kentucky or a state fair in Oklahoma, where they're all important. These kids have worked hard, and certainly in a year that I don't even know how to describe, it's just a privilege to be able to have this show happen here today. We're going to start here with this young man's Cordell ewe to win this class. I liked her when she walked in. This is a wide base, pulled apart kind of a female. When you view her on the side, you get behind her as she walks away from you. She's certainly wide tracking. She's wide down her top. A sheep that when you get your hands on her, she's certainly long-bodied and got a nice fleece on her as well. I just think a nice Cordell female to win this class. The next ewe coming out here, I think also in terms of fleece quality, in terms of balance, I think she's as good as our class winner. Quite as long-bodied from flank to flank, maybe not quite as long in that loin area as our class winner, but I think one that's attractive, really well balanced, and again, a high-quality as well. You coming out here and is one that just kind of being bashful today. She's giving this young man some fits, but he stayed with it. He stayed calm. I need to free her up a little bit in her spine as she walks out and travels for me today. I'd like to see her just step out and stride a little better to get any higher. But a nice set of Cordells. If you would, just give them all a nice round of applause.
First place and champion Cordell Yearling Ewe went to Ben Bochting. Second place and reserve champion Cordell Ewe went to Jacob LaFerry. And champion born and raised Cordell Ewe went to Caleb Bochting. We're now ready for Class 2, Dorset Ewe Lamb, Colette Slough. Class 3 and 4 should be in the makeup ring at this time.
Can you hand me my drink, please? I got some sawdust in my mouth. My drink? I got sucked up some sawdust. Man. Okay, you want to take her around? Just stop her right here. Just stop her right there. That's good. Let's go ahead and bring her right here. Really a long, feminine-looking kind of a female here to win this particular division. Go ahead and right up there, young lady. Right up there. There you go. Certainly a long-bodied, really pretty fronted, elevated kind of a female. I certainly like that front third part of her skeleton. We get behind her. I might like to widen her out just a notch at her pins, maybe level her out from her out over her dock. But I think a nice, really good-looking, feminine kind of a female to win this class. Let's congratulate this exhibitor.
First place and champion Dorset Ewe went to Colette Slough. We're now ready for Class 3, Dorset Advantage Ewe Lamb, Aiden Boo. At this time, Classes 4 and 5 should be in the makeup ring.
That's good, buddy. That's good. All right, you want to take her around? Hey, just stop her about right there, okay? Come on, baby. That's good. Okay, let's bring her right here. Right up there, buddy. Really stout, powerful, made kind of a Dorset Advantage ewe lamb this young man brings out to us, and I really like her width and dimension when you get behind her. Right here's the best view of this female. She's really big top, she's big back, she carries it out into her pin, she's level coming out into her dock, she's wide from stifle to stifle, she's wide base, and those are the things that I really like about this female. I don't know, she's acting like, right now he's got her going really good. But this is a white sheep, and sometimes white sheep get a little crazy, don't they? Okay? I mean, that's just part of life. This one, when we get her out in motion, she gets just a little bit weak on those rear wheels in terms of her hock. She's not quite setting and driving like I'd like to see her go. But I think if we turn this one loose in the pen and just let her be a sheep, I think that might work itself out, but today she's just acting a little funky for this young man. But I think this one is really wide, really big pinned, and I really like this one. Let's congratulate this young man.
First place and champion Dorset Advantage ewe lamb went to Aiden Boo. He was also champion born and raised Dorset Advantage ewe. We're ready to bring in Class 4 Hampshire ewe lamb. Kinsey Slough, Colette Slough, Caleb Bochting, Aiden Boo, and Cambry Boo.
You said one more, right? One more. Stick them around. Let's bring yours and let's put it right here, facing that way. We're going to bring yours next, right here. Can you move up, please? take them around. You're going to be 3. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 1. This is what I like to see right here. We got a little competition, and I think the heat got dialed up just a little bit in this particular division. I got one, though, that I think wins the class quite easily. I think if we had 10 people out here, at least 9 of them would be able to find this one. This one is really, really pulled apart. This one's big in its rib cage, big in its top part of its skeleton, wide as he walks out, and he keeps that width up into the top part of that skeleton, or I guess she does. This is a female. She's big pin. She's wide from stifle to stifle. Young lady, when you get that one set up, if you will just make sure that you keep that sucker right here, that one really has a good neck set and is very attractive when she gets that neck set at a right angle. I think this horse kind of runs away with it in this particular division. I think it gets close between 2 and 3. I think they're very similar. Both sheep have plenty of power for me. Not quite what our class winner had, but I think that's certainly more power than what 4 and 5 have in this particular drive. I think what gets it for me is this young man's sheep, as he puts it in motion, just stays together better. She stays leveler down her top. She stays better coming out of her hip. She strides out a little smoother and nicer than our one here in third. But I think 2 very nice, powerful kind of sheep. We just talked about this one here. I like the width and dimension. I like a lot of things about this particular female. I'd like to see some more hamp characteristics. I'd like to see her stride out a little better. But I think one that's really got a lot of maternal characteristics, and certainly a sheep that's going to make a good, a good mama on down the road. Excuse me. I'm eating sawdust. This isn't fun. The next 2 sheep coming out in line are just sheep that are just a notch narrower than what our class winner was. I like this one coming out here in 4th over 5 in terms of her levelness. I think she's better coming out of her dock. I think she's square coming out of her hip than our one here in 5th. I like this one in 5th in the front third part of her skeleton. I think she's neat and attractive. She gets a little round when we get behind her in terms of the way she comes off of her hip, in terms of the way she comes out of her pins. But I think a nice, really good set of Hampshire females. Let's put our hands together. Congratulate them.
First place in Class 4 went to Cambry Boo. Second place went to Aiden Boo. Third place went to Kinsey Slough. Fourth, Colette Slough. And fifth place went to Caleb Bachting. We're now ready for Class 5 Hampshire Yearling Ewes with John Arvin and Jacob LaFerry. Attention all 2020 fair exhibitors and guests. Please remember to practice social distancing as much as possible. When a distance of 6 feet cannot be maintained, face masks must be worn. Please continue to wash hands frequently or use hand sanitizer located at the entrance to each barn. Additional hand washing stations are located by the junior leaders concession stand and between the swine and sheep barns.
Take them around. That's good. That's good. Young man, you're going to be first right here. You'll be second. Right up there with her. Right up there with her. Well, we got some differences in this particular drive, and we're going to go with one that's probably a little moderate for me in terms of her skeleton, in terms of her outline, but I think one that's made good. You know, size is nice, but I like sheep that are made right. This one's level top. This one's good fronted. This one's got enough length of body. When you get behind her, boy, she's got a ton of muscle and shape to her. I really like those things about her. Love the fact she's still got a ton of leg wool on her for a Hampshire female. And as I said, this one's not the biggest one out here, but I think this one's the best one in terms of her makeup and in terms of her design and her skeleton. The big outline sheep's coming out here next, and I like the maternal characteristics. She's big middle, she's deep rib, she's got a lot of center body to her. Again, we get behind her, she gets a little round off of her hip, she gets a little steep coming into that dock in terms of the way she's made and designed. If I could raise that tail set up and level her out a little bit, I think we could really push that class winner. Nice set of Hampshire females. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
First place in Class 5 went to John Arvin. Second place, Jacob LaFerry. We're now going to bring back Cambry Boo's first place in Class 4 and John Arvin's first place in Class 5 to show for champion Hampshire ewe.
You do champion and reserve, right? You do champion and reserves, right? Do you want this? Put the seconds over on. If they're here, let's get them on the other side. Then we can just be done. No worries. That's the first class we've had multiples. Our first breed, I mean.
We're also bringing in Aiden Boo's second place, Class 4, and Jacob LaFerry's second place, Class 5. Those will show for reserve after the champion is selected.
Come on, girl. Well, this is our first breed to where we've had multiple classes and so forth, and I think this Hampshire drive has been deep. I think there's been a lot of quality out here. You know, it comes down to personal preference, and I think there's 2 or 3 out here I really like, and somebody's going to be disappointed because there's only 2 awards in this particular drive. But we talk about that class winning ewe lamb, and we talked about how much power she brings to the table, and yet she's still feminine and good looking when you get her off on the side. This one is monster pinned, and you get on top of her, get out in her loin and out into her hip area. This one is just big pinned. I love the way she starts big racked and gets bigger as you get to her tail. I like the way she's balanced up. I like the way she's designed. You know, I think she's really, really feminine. We talked about this yearling ewe, I use the word moderate, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I get told my Southdowns are moderate all the time, and yet we still win a lot of shows because they're built good. And this one's built good. I love the way she's made. She's balanced. She's got a big old center rib to her. She's big in her top. She comes out level in her dock. She's big pinned. She's got some muscle shape to her, maybe not quite as wide from stifle to stifle as we compare those two, but I think a really good made one. So when I said moderate, young man, I don't want that to sound critical. I think that one's a really good made one, and that's why she won that particular drive. If you would, put your hands together, and I'll congratulate our champion and our reserve. This one will be champion. This one will be reserve. I'm assuming you don't want me to shake hands. So I'll just point.
Champion Hampshire ewe went to Cambry Boo. Reserve champion Hampshire ewe went to John Arvin. Oh, we need to do homegrown. Born and raised. Oh, wait. We need Jacob LaFerry, Class 5,
This is trash now. You want to find a trash can? Thank you. And I will take whenever you get a chance, just put a water right here. I'm sorry? Whatever you got's cold.
We're getting ready to show for champion Hampshire born and raised ewe. We've got first place, class 5, Jacob LaFerry. First place, class 4, Kinsey Slough. And
Hey, set them up
we
like
have
we did them others
Colette's
right here.
second place on deck.
Bring them around, set them up right here. So neither one of those was county born and raised? Neither one of those was county born and raised then? Okay. Gotcha. So do you need one of these or two of these? Yeah, go ahead and put them out there. They're not going to get to show very much, so let's get them out there. Put her over there. Perfect. Well, in this born and raised division, and certainly commendable to the breeders here in this county for sponsoring and putting on classes like this. And I told the folks back here that are running the deal, get them back out here. There's not a lot of shows for these kids to go to, so let's get them out here and let them have a chance to show these sheep and so forth. And we want to have a good time. They've worked hard all year to get this done. Anybody that knows me knows that structural correctness is very important to me. You can't fix structure. You can't feed it out of them. You can't exercise it out of them. There's nothing you can do. If you're a good showman, you might possibly get something showed out of them, but it is very hard. Structural correctness is critical to me because it's the one thing you can't fix. And so, that being said, I like my sheep that are balanced. They're up in their chest floor. They're deep in their flank. I like sheep that are level down their top, that are wide, that's got some set to them in terms of their dimension and width. They got to travel for me. They got to walk. And those things are very critical to me. And I think we've got 3 out here. There's some give and take. There's some things I like about all 3 of them. There's some things that I don't like about all 3 of them. We're going to go out here right now and we'll select our champion and reserve county born and raised. If you would, not only congratulate these folks, but congratulate the breeders that put these sheep together for us today. This one will be your champion. This one will be your reserve.
Champion born and raised Hampshire ewe went to Kinsey Slough. Reserve champion born and raised Hampshire ewe went to Colette Slough. We're now ready for class 6 Katadin ewe lambs with Piper Brinkman and Madison Shorter. We will need class 7 and 8 to the makeup ring as well.
you walk them. Come on. You got to walk, baby. See if she'll follow her. Just get in front of her. Let her see her. There you go. Now turn. That'll work. Okay. You're going to be second. We're going to be first. That's good. Kind of push right there. I'm going to use this young lady's white pelted sheep to win this Katadin class. And again, one that I really like the structure and the build of this one. This young lady gets this one set up, and she just sets them feet down, and she is just wide based. She's wide sprung through the middle section of her body cavity. And then she carries that width and dimension in her top. And yet you get to the front third of her for a sheep that's that wide based. She's still got some elegance and some femininity to her, and I certainly appreciate her for those things. Are you coming out here in seconds? Probably a notch longer in her loin, probably a notch longer from flank to flank when you view her from the side. She just doesn't give me all those extra bells and whistles that the white pelted one does. That wins this particular drive. Let's congratulate these Katadin exhibitors.
First place in Class 6 went to Madison Shorter. She was also first place born and raised. Second place went to Piper Brinkman. We're now ready for Class 7, Katadin Yearling Ewe, McKinley Graves.
You want to take her around? That's good. Go ahead and set her up. Use your hand. There you go. All right, let's go ahead and move her right up here. Just a single entry in this yearling division in the Katadin breed, but again, one similar to our ewe lamb that won her class. She's good built, she's big middled. I like those things about her. A sheep that still carries some femininity up through that front third of her skeleton. If I could change her a little bit, I'd probably like to widen her as we get behind her just a notch, but I'm being critical on a nice yearling ewe. Let's congratulate this young lady doing a nice job. Just leave yours right there. Okay.
First place in Class 7 went to McKinley Graves. We're now bringing in Madison Shorter's first place in Class 6 and Piper Brinkman second place in Class 6 to show for champion Katadin ewe. McKinley was also first place born and raised.
Well, I think even though the numbers weren't large, I think it's been a quality Katadin show. And wherever you're getting these, or if you're raising them yourself, you've done a fine job. I like the way these sheep are built. I like their structure. I like their design. You know, it just comes down to just particulars for me in terms of who's got that added touch to be a champion today relative to who's going to end up reserve. I think it's very close between our ewe lamb and our yearling ewe. I think they both got a lot of good attributes. I like their skeleton. I like their design. There was one that kind of hit me when she walked out here the first time. I just love the way she sets. I love the way she's got that power and that base width. I love the way she's designed. The young lady with the white ewe lamb will be our champion. The young lady with the yearling ewe will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Katadin ewe went to Madison Shorter. She was also champion born and raised. Reserve champion Katadin ewe went to McKinley Graves, and she was also reserve champion born and raised. We're now bringing in Class 8 natural color ewe lambs, Cambry Boo and Sophie Stalkup.
Gosh darn it. Let's take them around. All right. There'll be two, maybe one. You're good. Right behind her. Well, some differences here in this particular drive, and I'm going to go with the one that I think, first of all, balances up a little better. These blue sheep are hard. They're hard done sometimes. They're hard to get balanced. They're hard to get dropped in their flanks. They're hard to get dropped in their center belly. That's just the way blue sheep feed. But I think this one's got enough of those attributes for me today. You get on top of her, she's just pulled apart. She's wider in her rack shape. She's bigger coming out of her loin edge. I'd like to widen her a notch right there to her pin set relative to her front third of her body, but I think a sheep has just got enough overall mass and power to win this drive. The long, elegant, really pretty, attractive sheep is the young lady's coming out here in second. And I really like the way that when she gets her set up and just study her in terms of her up and her front. She's long-bodied. There's just not enough to her. She's just got to drop her guts. She's got to drop her flank. She gets a little flat when you get behind her in terms of her rib shape. But I think one, in terms of just purdy and elegance, and if we get her on the right butt, could really produce some good babies for us. Let's congratulate those two exhibitors.
First place in Class 8
Six
went
yearling?
to Cambry Boo.
Really?
Second place went to Sophie Stalkup.
Which one?
We're ready for Class
One of them had
9
the-
natural
the
color
shield
yearling
on, right?
ewes. We have Aiden Boo, Abby Jo
All right, she
Groupie,
needs to read my lips.
Josh Heck, Brady McDonald, and Kinsey Slough.
Let's take them. Bring yours right here. Bring yours right here. Face that way. Face this way. Hey, face this way. Let's bring yours right here. Walk them. Just stop them up there somewhere. A little more. That's good right there. Bring yours third. Bring yours third, right here. Walk her up. That's good. He's fine. Let her walk up. That's good. Young man, you're going to be 2. You're going to be 1. Well, we got a lot of give and take here and a lot of differences from 1 to 6 in this particular drive. But I think these 3 kind of sorted their way to the top for me, just in terms of design, just in terms of build, just in terms of width and dimension. We're going to use the young lady's sheep here to win this drive. I think it's the balanced one. It's the one that I like in its front third as much as I like in its rear third. She's big top. She holds herself together. You get her out here loose and walking around, and she just strides out nice and easy. If I could change her, I'd like to lengthen her out just a notch. But other than that, I think this one's built really good. She's going to win the class. The long-bodied one's coming out here in second. I don't think she's quite as big out in her pin set as our class winner. She's certainly not as good in terms of her lower third of her skeleton when you get into the rear portion of her. I'd like to drop her flank just a notch, shove her chest floor up in her just a nickel. But I think she, in terms of length of body, in terms of shape and design, I think she fits nicely right in here to second. The young man's fitted sheep coming out here next is one that, really built well. I like her balance. I like her look. I like her design. This is one that's got a lot of wool on her. You get underneath that. She's not quite as wide based, not quite as wide pinned as our top 2 or 3. I do like the fleece on this particular sheep. Maybe not a high quality one, but certainly one that's acceptable in the natural colored breed. If I could lengthen her out just a notch and maybe make her a notch wider, we can get a little more excited about this one. The next ewe coming out of the 3 that's left, I think, is the one that's just got the more width and dimension, the more top shape, the more muscle when we get our hands on her relative to the next 2. One that's just not near as pulled apart as our class winner or one that come out here in second, but I think a nice sheep in her own right. The next ewe coming out here is one again. She's certainly got some length of body. I'd like to soften her up and lower that flank just a notch and make her a little more balanced. Again, we'd like to pull her apart, make her a notch wider when we get up on top of her. But I think a long, elegant, pretty one here coming out in fifth. The young lady's one that comes out next. She's showing the wheels off of it. This one, in the top third of its skeleton in the front end, just not enough rack shape. This one gets a little piecey for me when we get behind her in terms of the way she's designed. Probably needs a few more pounds on her, but I think a sheep, it does have some good to her in terms of her length of body. She actually balances up a little better than some of the ones in front of her. I just got to have more shape and top to her to get her any higher. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
First place in Class 9 went to Abby Jo Groupie. Second place and first place, born and raised, went to Aiden Boo. Third place went to Josh Heck, and he was also second place, born and raised. Fourth place went to Kinsey Slough. She was third place, born and raised. And fifth place went to Brady McDonald, and sixth place went to Brady McDonald.
Okay. Just you two. Walk them around, come right back where you were, okay?
In the ring at this time, we have
guys stay
Class
put.
8, first place, Cambry Boo, and second place, Sophie Stalka. And Class 9, first place, Abby Jo Groupie, and second place, Aiden Boo. And we're showing for champion and reserve champion, Natural Color U.
Well, certainly up to this point, the closest decision that I've had to make this morning, and I think, and I don't want to take anything away from the two on the back line, but I think we got two really nice ones up here in the front. This ewe lamb, I really liked her when she came out. She's big-footed, she's stout, she's square coming out of her pins. This young lady shows the wheels off of this one, really gets that front end up. I really like the power and the mass, and when you get this one in motion, she just kind of glides out here like she owns the place, and I certainly appreciate her for those things. We talked about maybe making her, as she matures, I think it'll happen, but making her a notch deeper coming out of her flank, but I think this one is just awful good in terms of her design and her makeup and the way that she's built. And the young lady's yearling ewe up there with the black spot on its left hip. This is one I really liked as well. You get this one in motion, and she's free and easy. Maybe not quite getting as much out of her in terms of showmanship, but I think one that's designed really well, and if you turned her loose in a pen, 50 ewes, I think you would find her in your top 5. I think this one's built right. She's big-middled. She's still elegant through her front third. She's big in her pins. She's big in her loin edge. I really like the shape in her when we get on top. We talked about maybe making her a notch longer from flank to flank as we get her off on the side. But, I'm trying to be really critical here on two awful nice ones. It just kind of comes down to personal preference for me in terms of, like I said earlier, those extra bells and whistles. I think there's two really good ones. I wouldn't be ashamed to have either one in my show pen. We're going to go ahead and use this young lady's ewe lamb to win this division. We'll use the yearling ewe for reserve.
Champion Natural Color U went to Cambry Boo. Reserve Champion went to Abby Jo Groupie. We're going to keep Aiden Boo's first place born and raised in the arena, and we're going to bring in Josh Hex. Sorry, that's my bad. We don't have to do that. So we've got Aiden Boo is our champion born and raised Natural Color U, and Josh Heck is our reserve champion.
Okay. Yeah, my phone's laying over there on the other side of that.
We're ready for Class 10, Shropshire Ewe Lamb. Jacob LaFerry. All right, go ahead and bring her right up here. Single entry in this Shrop division, and certainly one that you like for her build and design. She certainly travels out around the ring free and easy. I like those things about her. This is one that's just fighting this young man a little bit, that's causing her top to come up just a notch, but I think in terms of being square built, in terms of touch and muscle, certainly a nice sheep to win this class. Let's congratulate this young man. First place in champion Shropshire U went to Jacob LaFerry. We're now ready for Class 11 Southdown Ewe Lambs with John Arvin, Aiden Boo, and Cambry Boo. Jacob LaFerry was also champion born and raised Shropshire U.
Take them around. That's good. You're going to be third. You're going to be second. You're going to be first. I think we got a really complete ewe to win this class, and a sheep. But again, I like her skeleton and design, and I like the way she's built, and she just kind of floats around the ring. This one's certainly she's the biggest top, the biggest pinned one out here in this particular drive. If I could change her a notch, I'd like to maybe get that old neck set up just a little bit on top of her shoulders. But I think that when you just start right there, young man, you got the money shot right there. That's what I tell my kids. He's got her set up. She's square. She's ready to go. Get that old head up just a little bit more. And I'm telling you what, this is a nice old Southdown ewe. This one coming out next, probably a notch longer when you evaluate her from flank to flank relative to our class winner. And one that I really liked when she came in, but boy, you get behind her and get on top of her, and she doesn't have near the shape, near the width and dimension as our class winner to compete against her. But I think one in terms of length of body and in terms of length of hind saddle, certainly a nice ewe to be here in second. The ewe coming out next, probably the youngest out here, probably the least mature one out here for sure. One that's just not quite there yet in terms of her overall design and makeup. She hasn't quite gotten to her end point yet in terms of becoming more maternal looking, but I think one that on down the road certainly has the right pieces and parts to make a nice female. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors.
First place in Class 11 went to John Arvin. Second place and first place born and raised went to Aiden Boo, and third place went to Cambry Boo. We're now ready for Class 12, Southdown Yearling Ewes with Aiden Boo and Cambry Boo.
That's good. Okay, young man, you're going to be second. You'll be first, young lady. Nice pair of Southdown yearling ewes, and we're going to start with the young lady's sheep here to win the class, and I think one that balances up a little better, but I think one that's more in the right condition for what I like a Southdown yearling ewe. And guys, I'm telling you, if you've never fed one, they're the hardest thing in the world to feed. Those things you can run those things right out there on that grass and they'll get fat. And it's really hard. And so I feel for you. I understand. We fight it every year. Purina loves us because we feed Fitter 35 almost from the day they're born, just to keep them from getting fat. But I like the condition on this one. I like her rib shape. I like the way she comes out of her dock. She's big, she's square, she's bold. Certainly a nice ewe to win the class. The young man sheep coming out here next is one that's a little past in terms of condition, where I like to see him maybe not quite as much natural width and dimension as we get on top of her as our class winner. Certainly not as long from that last rib back as our class winner. But I think a nice broody kind of a female. Excuse me. I love her center body. She's deep ribbed. I think this one's going to be a mama for this young man someday and probably raise him some nice lambs. Let's congratulate both these exhibitors.
First place in Class 12 went to Cambry Boo. Second place, Aiden Boo. We're bringing in John Arvin's first place, Class 11, and Aiden Boo's second place, Class 11, to show for champion and reserve champion Southdown ewe.
You stay put. Take yours up and around and stop down there. That's good. Okay, young man, let's have you do the same thing. All right, I said the natural color champion drive was the toughest. This one is now officially the toughest one of the day so far. I think these two are really good. I'd be happy to have either one in my flock. Be happy to breed either one of these sheep to my rams. I think they're built right. They're designed. They look like Southdowns, okay? They're dark in their spots. They're supposed to be dark. They're light in their spots where they're supposed to be light. They balance up. They're long-bodied. I read this ewe lamb is going to be a really good yearling ewe. I see the length in her cannon bone. I see the way she's up through her front third of her skeleton. And I see this one, young man, probably getting, every day you feed her, probably going to get better and better as she grows into the rest of her skeleton. Then we got this young lady's yearling ewe. And, you know, I think I said it earlier about you, young lady. You get every dollar, every penny out of every dollar when you show a sheep. There's no question in my mind. You get them driven, you get their heads up, you get them looking good. I'm not for sure this one travels off that right rear hock as good as I'd like to see it. We talked about her maybe being a notch longer from flank to flank. But, man, you get off to the side of her, and she is deep-bellied. She is still clean-fronted. She's in the right condition for a yearling ewe. She's dead level coming down her top. She's good coming out of her pins. And, you know, guys, as a Southdown breeder, like I said, I'd be happy to have either one of those in my barn at home to put on my rams. Just kind of comes down to personal preference for me. I like this young man's ewe lamb. She's going to be your champion. The young lady's yearling will be reserved.
Champion Southdown ewe went to John Arvin. Cambry Boo was reserve champion Southdown ewe, and champion born and raised Southdown ewe went to Aiden Boo. Colette Slough, we need you to the show arena. We're now bringing in Class 13 Tunis yearling ewes with Colette Slough.
Down there and face that way. Go ahead and turn it off. That's good.
Class 14 and Class 15. Who would the makeup bring at this time?
Let's just take her around, stop her right there. Let's get her right here. That's good. All right. Let's take her right up here. Really a long-bodied, well-balanced Tunis, feminine-looking Tunis here to win this drive. And I think when you get off to the side of her, that's the best view of this particular female. She's really long, she's elegant, she's pretty. We get behind her and watch her travel. She's a little narrow-based for me. As we get our hands on her again, a lot of wool on this sheep. She's a little narrow in terms of her top shape as well. I'd like to widen her up and spring her rib out just a notch, make her a little wider in her base, clear up to the top of her skeleton, but certainly a long, elegant, feminine, pretty kind of a female to win this Tunis division. Let's congratulate this young lady. Yeah.
We're ready to bring in Class 14, Whiteface Commercial Ewe Lamb,
You'd have their day in the
Brady
sun.
McDonald.
Oh, is it? It's all right. Face that way. That way. Face the fence. There you go. Want to take her right over there? Give me a side. That's good. Go ahead and set her up. Okay, let's put her right up here. A nice ewe lamb in this particular crossbred division, and one that you really like her touch. Boy, you get on top of her, she's got a good handle. She's got a good touch. She's certainly got some dimension to her. She's in the right condition. A sheep that balances up pretty decent for me today. Really just a good, well-balanced kind of a crossbred female. Let's congratulate this young exhibitor.
First place in Class 14 went to Brady McDonald. We're ready for Class 15, Whiteface Commercial Yearling Ewe.
Let's do the same
with
thing.
Brady McDonald.
That'll work. Do the same thing. That's good. All right, let's put her up there in first. Really a long-bodied, pretty elegant kind of a female in this yearling ewe drive. And when you get off to the side of her, you really appreciate the way she's up in her front third, the length of body that she has. We get behind her, and there's just not enough to her. She's really immature at this point. She doesn't have enough width and dimension. We need to crack her open, make her bigger ribbed, make her a little bolder in her top shape to be a little bit more competitive. But again, her attributes is really long, elegant, pretty up-fronted kind of a female. Let's congratulate her again.
First place in Class 15 went to Brady McDonald. We're now ready to show for champion Whiteface Commercial Ewe with Brady McDonald's first place in Class 14 and 15.
Well, really an easy decision for me in this particular drive for our champion ewe. We're going to use the one that's just a little bolder in her makeup. She's wide sprung. She's big in her top. This young lady's ewe lamb will be champion. That leaves our yearling ewe on the far end will be reserved. Let's congratulate both these young people.
Champion Whiteface Commercial U and Reserve Champion Whiteface Commercial U went to Brady McDonald. I believe we're ready for Class 16. Blackface Commercial U Lambs, Kaylin Cooprider and Emily Hyatt.
You're going to go in and go that way and face the fence. I'll take them around, stop right over here. You follow her. That's good. You're going to be second right here. You'll be first right there. Really a nice crossbred ewe to start this class with, and one that's certainly well-balanced and wide-sprung and just powerhouse kind of a female. Giving the young lady some fits here today. I don't know that the sheep really wants to be out here in the ring today, but one that, boy, you put her in motion and she just kind of holds together. I love her center body cavity. I love her shape. I love her design. Really an easy class winner for me. We got one coming out here in second that's certainly a long-bodied kind of a sheep. I'd like to balance her up just a notch, get her chest up relative to her flank, but one that's certainly long-bodied, certainly elegant when you get her off to the side, just not near enough openness, not near enough top shape to compete with our class winner, but I think two nice crossbred females to start this division. Let's congratulate both these folks.
First place in Class 16 went to Kaylin Cooprider. Second place, Emily Hyatt.
That was the only crossbred ewe lamb class you had? Are you kidding me? Wow.
We're bringing in Class
I'll take
17, Blackface Commercial Yearling Ewes. Aiden Boo, Cambry Boo, and Cody Slough.
All right, you're going to be third, 2, 1. Don't know that there's one I really love out here. I think if I could take pieces and parts of each one, make me a sheep, I could get a little bit more excited. We're going to use the young lady's sheep here to win the class, and I think just brings the most amount of product to the table in terms of top shape and openness. I love the way she's made on her top in terms of her hip, in terms of her stifle muscle, in terms of when we get behind her. This one just gets piecey when we could put her in motion. She wants to come apart at her hip loin. She wants to kind of break down in her chest floor when we put her in motion. We get her set up and get her looking good. That kind of is what brings her to the top of the class for me. We're going to use one here coming out in second. I think just brings a little bit more shape in terms of its hip, in terms of its loin than our one here in third. I like the way this one comes out of its top in terms of its loin and its hind saddle. She balances up good. She's not near as powerful as our class winner, but I think one that's certainly got a lot of good to her. The long-bodied one, up-fronted one's probably coming out here in third. There's just not enough to her. I need to spring her rib cage open a little bit, make her a little bit more massive from the ground up. But I think one that certainly in terms of length of body certainly has a lot of things to add to the crossbred breed. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors.
First place born and raised went to Cambry Boo. Second place went to Aiden Boo. He was also second, born and raised. Third place went to Cody Slough. We're ready for Kaylin Coopriders, first place in Class 16, and Emily Hyatt's second place in Class 16 to show for Champion Blackface Commercial U.
Right there. Right there.
We do need all breed champions to the makeup ring at this time. Following the selection of the champion and Blackface Commercial U in reserve, we will show for Supreme U. Born and raised champions and reserves will need to be on standby as well. I do want to take the opportunity to remind you to please practice social distancing as much as possible. When a distance of 6 feet cannot be maintained, face masks must be worn. Please continue to wash hands frequently or use hand sanitizer located at the entrance to each barn. Additional hand washing stations are located by the junior leaders concession stand and between the swine and sheep barns.
You and you just walk around for a minute. You two stay put.
Following the selection of the Supreme U, we will take a 5-minute break. Just a 5-minute break for exhibitors to gather themselves and get ready for the market land show.
Let's go ahead and put them back where they were. But as champion crossbred U division, again, I don't want to take anything away from the young folks that are in the back line on this particular drive, but I think these two come to the top on this front line for me rather easily. I think they're bold, they're big topped, they got the right amount of balance, they got some shape to them. You know, I walk sheep a lot, probably more than most people do. If I ever come to your house to buy sheep, I'm not going to ask you to grab one and hold it. I'm going to tell you, throw them in a pen, let me look at them, because that's their natural habitat. That's when you can't hide anything. I don't care how good a showman you are, when them sheep are moving, you can't hide anything from me. And so I do walk them probably more than most people do, and those are the reasons. I think we got really nice ewe lamb here. I like this gal a lot. She's a lot calmer now, isn't she, young lady? She's been out here once. She's a little more calm this time. You're doing a great job keeping that head up. I really like that. This is a ewe lamb that's really well balanced. She's in the right condition. She's bold in her top shape. She's wide coming out of her pen. She's wide in her base coming up into her stifle. I really like her center rib cage, and this young lady's getting the wheels showed off of it right now. I got that head up right where I like it, the way she balances up. She travels really free and easy coming around this show ring. I like her quite a bit. We talked about that in class. The yearling ewe is just, again, a power sheep. We really like her. She's massive in her rack. She's good coming out of her pens. Young lady gets that sheep set down solid. When she's got her set up, she looks like $1,000,000. And we talked about her moving in motion. She gets a little piecey when she wants to drop her chest, and she comes apart there at the hip loin, just a notch for me. But I think in terms of just overall width and dimension and style and balance, I think that's an awful good one as well. For me, it's real simple. The ewe lamb's going to be our champion today. The yearling ewe will be reserved.
Champion Blackface Commercial ewe went to Kaylin Cooprider. Reserve Champion Blackface Commercial ewe went to Cambry Boo. Cambry was also champion Born and Raised Blackface Commercial ewe, and Aiden Boo was reserve champion Born and Raised Blackface Commercial ewe.
How many breeds we got? Like 7 or 8, something like that? Okay, we got plenty of room. At our county fair, we got like 14 breeds. So you got to put like half on this side and half on this side. It's kind of crazy. Are we just grand and reserve, is that right? 2? Okay, some counties do top 5. Huh? Sure. If we got what, 7 or 8 breeds? Something like that? They'll fit easily, right? Yeah. Well, let's make sure we get the reserves over on the fence, okay? But grand and reserve, no top 5. Okay. Every county's different. That's why I wanted to make. Correct. I haven't said anything inappropriate.
We're now ready to show for Supreme ewe.
Okay.
We have champion Cordell ewe, Ben Bochting, and reserve champion Cordell ewe, Jacob LaFerry.
Right there. You do it however you want to do it. I don't, just line them up behind that one.
Champion Cordell ewe, Ben Bochting. Champion Dorset ewe, Colette Slough. Champion Dorset Advantage ewe, Aiden Boo. Champion Hampshire ewe, Cambry Boo. Champion Katadin ewe, Madison Shorter. Champion Natural Color ewe, Cambry Boo. Champion Shropshire ewe, Jacob LaFerry. Champion Southdown ewe, John Arvin. Champion Tunis ewe, Colette Slough. Champion Whiteface Commercial ewe, Brady McDonald. And Champion Blackface Commercial ewe, Kaylin Cooprider.
Let's wait, because I don't know if you got enough people to show them. Will you two go in front of her, please, so you're all in the same line? Bring yours right here. Bring yours right here. Face that way. Bring yours right here. Bring that one. Bring this one. Okay, let's walk them and get further that way, okay? Go ahead. Follow the leader. Well, go behind me. Go behind me. I want you on this side. There you go. Nope, I want them right there. Well, let's put our hands together. Congratulate all these exhibitors on a nice set of females. You know, I heard him say earlier there's 26, I believe, exhibitors here. I don't know, probably 75 sheep or so. And to have a set of females, you know, in this ring, not me even mentioning the 5 that I pulled out, that look like this and represent their breeds is certainly a testament to the breeders and the feeders and the folks that are here putting this set of show sheep together. And I certainly wish you all the best of luck in a few weeks if you're going to take your 2 down to Indianapolis and compete. And I encourage you to do that if you've made those entries, because, you know, that's how you get better. Get them out there, get them looked at, get them evaluated. Everybody's opinion's different. You can bring in the same sheep tomorrow with a different judge, and he or she's going to see them different than I see them. They have their own personal things that they look at and so forth. So I just encourage you to keep working hard and never let off the gas. You know, if this is what you want to do and you enjoy it, then go for it. That being said, I pulled out 5 that I thought in my head, even before they came out here, I remembered those 5. As we got them back out here, you know, they still impressed me quite a bit. Obviously, we only get to pick 2, so some of you are going to be a little disappointed, but I wanted to at least recognize these 5. We're not going to go through and talk them all. I think they all represent themselves really well. They're sheep that are built right. They're sheep that are level in their top. They're big in their cage. They're wide coming out of their pens. They travel around the ring good. You know, obviously, we have some differences in terms of showmen, in terms of age, and, you know, and that's part of it. I can remember one year my son was second at Louisville with a buck lamb that probably should have won its class. He was 6 and he got beat by a 17-year-old. Those things happen, okay? So don't get discouraged. Don't get discouraged, because someday you're going to be the 17-year-old and you're going to win a class you probably shouldn't have because you outshowed the 6-year-old. So always keep that in mind, that it's a growing process and it's a learning process. I've got one out here that I like a bunch. A ewe that really hit me hard in class. She hit me hard in the drive. She hit me hard once she come back out here. I think one that's really impeccable in terms of her build and in terms of her design. She's elegant through her front third. She's deep in her flanks. She's good in her rib cage. She's big and huge coming out of her pen. She's wide from stifle to stifle. And yes, she still travels the ring free and easy. She's not one of those muscled up deals that can't walk and so forth. And I really, really like that one. It gets really close for me for reserve. I think there's 2 or 3 out here that I could go with. And I just want to say congratulations to all of you. If you would, one last time, let's put our hands together, congratulate them, and I'll give an air high five to our grand champion. How about this one right here? Good job. Right here. Good job.
Supreme U went to Cambry Boo. Reserve Supreme U went to Kaylin Cooprider. I believe we are ready to show for Supreme Born and Raised U. So we need those champions in the ring at this time. We need our champion born and raised into the arena at this time. We have champion born and raised Cordell U, Caleb Bochting. Champion born and raised Dorset Advantage U, Aiden Boo. Champion born and raised Hampshire U, Kinsey Slough. Champion Katadin U, Madison Shorter. Champion Natural Color U, Cambry Boo. Correction, Aiden Boo's Natural Color. So sorry. Champion born and raised Shropshire U, Jacob LaFerry. Oh, so sorry. Champion born and raised Southdown U, Aiden Boo. And champion Blackface, born and raised Commercial U, Cambry Boo.
You need 2 again. Was either the champion reserves? I can't hear you. Okay, so I'm saying neither of the champion and reserves was county born and raised then. Neither one of the champion and reserves was county born and raised. Okay, I'm with you. walk them. Just go right back where you were, okay? Oh, that's the way she walks. I like that one at all. I like it. I like that one. I hate to let that one walk. Well, I think I said earlier that the breeders here in your county should be commended for putting together a set of sheep, and I'm sure they're the ones that help support these awards for these county born and raised deals. And it's always satisfying to go out and win something with one you raised, that you was out in the lambing barn at 2 a.m. at 14 below zero and snow blowing everywhere, and to know that, 6 months later you were able to take that one to your fair and win your county born and raised deal. It's satisfying. I've been there. My kids have been there. And so for that, I applaud you. If you would, put your hands together and applaud these kids for making these good-looking sheep. I think it's pretty obvious hopefully, I hope it's obvious. It's obvious to me, but I hope it's obvious to everybody out there that structure and balance and the way they're put together and those types of things are just ultra critical to me. And it'll be ultra critical in the weather show as well. I mean, if you can make them sound and good looking, you got this project whipped. I mean, we can put muscle on them, we can enhance things, we can show them, we can do this and that and feed them a certain way and all this other stuff. But if they're not sound and they're not good looking, it's not going to do you any good. So, those are two of the things that are real important to me. And if you can make them sound and good looking, we can do the rest of it in the feed bucket and so forth. It comes down again to personal preference and the way these sheep travel around the ring and the way they're set up and the way they're balanced and the things that go with that. And, I think there's 3 out here that kind of hit me pretty good as we traveled them around the ring, and 3 out here that I think would represent their breeds well, on down the road at a bigger show and so forth. So if you would, one last time, put your hands together and congratulate them. We'll go out and pick our champion in reserve. Right here. You give me another water, please. Did you get that?
Yes.
That one's champion. The young lady with the white sheep right there is reserve.
Yes. Thank you. Supreme Born and Raised ewe went to Cambry Boo. Reserve Supreme Born and Raised ewe went to Madison Shorter. We will now take a 5-minute break. Exhibitors get cooled off. Have a drink. And we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. We're ready to bring in Class 18, Dorset Market Lamb, exhibited by Ashlyn Landry.
Okay, we're all back.
Class 19 should be in the makeup ring, and 20A should be in the makeup ring.
I want to take him around, set him up right there. That's far enough, right there. That's good. All right, let's bring him back over right here. Got a single entry here to start our weather show, or our market lamb show, I should say, and certainly a long-bodied kind of a sheep here to win this class. This is one that we'd certainly like to mass up just a notch when we get on top of him, maybe tighten him up in his handle, make him a little leveler coming out of his dock, but I think certainly a long-bodied market lamb. Let's congratulate this exhibitor. Thank you.
First place and champion Dorset Market Lamb went to Ashlyn Landry. We're now ready for Class 19, Dorset Advantage Market Lamb with Cambry Boo.
Here, just go this way. There you go. That's good. Just turn him and set him up right there. That's good. Really nice Dorset Advantage Market Lamb, and this ewe lamb's attributes is right on top. I mean, she's got a monster rack in her. She's big and full and bold. You really like the way she comes out into her loin. Big old edge in her and a big old pin set. She's wide stifle to stifle. This one's getting a little ewy on you, young lady. She's getting a little bold through her front end, maybe getting a little round in her shoulder. But I think from that front third back, this one's awful good. Let's congratulate her as well.
First place and champion Dorset Advantage Market Lamb went to Cambry Boo. She was also champion born and raised Dorset Advantage Market Lamb. We're now ready for Class 20A, that is 20 letter A, Hampshire Market Lambs. We have Shay Stalkup, Sierra Paul, and Aiden Boo. We want to say another huge thank you to Iron Horse Detailing and Tina Boo for the buckets and with the sheep decals. All exhibitors today will receive a bucket donated by Iron Horse Detailing and a decal from Tina Boo.
Take them around. Third, second, first. Right up there. There you go. Nope. Stay sideways. There you go. Up there. Really really cool looking moderate ewe lamb here to win this market lamb Hampshire division, and this one is, you know, I've used this term very little, but this really fits this one. This one's cute and fuzzy. This one's good looking. She's certainly balanced. She's certainly level. She's certainly made right. Young lady, if you could get that head just a tick more 90-degree up on that sheep, that one really comes together. She holds together out on motion. She's got the most amount of mass and product to her. She's the levelest coming out of her hip. The next two, I think, are real close. We're going to go with a little bit longer bodied sheep that I think is just a little bit bigger in terms of his rack shape relative to our weather lamb here in third. I think this one's just, both these sheep just need to be opened up a little bit in that center body, maybe get them a notch more spring or rib. But I think three nice Hampshire market lambs. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
First place in Class 20A went to Sierra Paul. Second place went to Aiden Boo. Third place, Shay Stallcup. We're now ready for Class 20B Hampshire Market Lambs, Kenzie Slough, Emily Hyatt, and Jacob LaFerry.
Oh, this way. Hey, this way. Oh. You ready? Just take them around. You'll come around right here. That's good. That's good. Walk yours up just a little bit. Stay right there. That's good. All right, we're going to bring you third, right here. Let's walk these around. Follow him. Oh, hey, face this one. All right, you're going to be 2, you're going to be 1. Really a challenging class here in this heavier division of Hampshire market lambs, and I think we got pieces in these top 2 that I like and pieces that I don't like, and we're going to start with the one that I think just in motion stays together a little better. He's a little leveler coming out of his hip. He's a little bolder coming out from stifle to stifle relative to our one here in second. This is one that I'd like to make a little more massive up through that front third of his skeleton in terms of his top shape. I'd like to spring him out in his forerib and make him a little better in his rack shape relative to our one in second, but I think one that just balances up and stays good out in motion. This is the one that handles just a notch better. The lamb coming out in second here is one that I think's got a big old hip in him and a big old loin edge in him when you get your hands on him. Right there at his hip-loin junction, he's wide and bold and full. A sheep that just not wanting to hold together. He gets a little steep coming out of his hip relative to where his dock is located relative to our lamb that wins this particular class. It gets a little piecier out on the motion than the one that wins, but I think one that's certainly got a lot of attributes as well. Then we get the young lady's lamb here that just kind of gets out-horsed in terms of muscularity, in terms of shape and design relative to our top 2 in this particular drive, but one that's certainly long-bodied and certainly got some correctness up to that front third. Let's congratulate all 3 of these exhibitors.
First place in Class 20B went to Emily Hyatt. Second place went to Kinsey Slough. I'm sorry, I believe that was Jacob. Second place was Jacob LaFerry. Third place, Kinsey Slough. We're ready for Class 20C, Hampshire Market Lambs, with Cambry Boo and Maisie Stolting. All right, you want to take him around over to her? That's good. Go ahead and turn. All right, you're going to be 2, you're going to be 1. Bring yours up here. 2, 1. In this heavier division of Hampshire weathers, again, it gets to be a challenge to keep these sheep this big in terms of being right in their condition, in terms of, what's the right amount of cover, what's not a right amount of cover, and every sheep's a little different. We're going to go with the young lady's weather lamb here to win the class, and I think one that's still neat and trim up through that front third of her lower skeleton, one that's still good and big and bold and coming out of his top and out into his hip. This is one, again, we get him out in motion. He gets a little piecey right there at his hip-loin junction. He kind of wants to break right there on me, but I think one that just in terms of his condition and being right
today wins this class. I like this lamb here in second, and I think we're getting a little past what we call 12 o'clock on this one. He's getting a little wasty up through his front third in terms of his condition. This one's certainly a heavier condition than our class winner, but you get your hands on him. He's still got some width and dimension when you get behind him, and you certainly appreciate him for those things. I think a nice pair of heavy lambs. Let's congratulate these two exhibitors.
First place in Class 20C went to Cambry Boo. Second place went to Maisie Stolting. We are now ready to show for Champion Hampshire Market Lamb. Let's bring in first place in Class 20A, Sierra Paul. We also have second place from that class, Aiden Boo. First place, 20B, Emily Hyatt. Second place, Jacob LaFerry. First place in Class 20C went to Cambry Boo, and we will bring in Maisie Stolting, second place.
You front three, take a walk. All right, come right back where you were. A little challenging here in this Champion Hampshire drive and picking a champion. I think it's a two-horse race to me. I think there's two out here that hit me as the kind of sheep that I like. They both have qualities that I admire. They both have qualities that I don't like. And so, again, it's just kind of give and take and who wants what day and so forth. The young lady's heavy lamb here. I really like the fact that he's this big and this heavy and still in good condition. I love that. He's big and bold in his top. We talked about him being opened up in terms of his rack shape and yet still being this big, being this neat up through his front third. We talked about him when we get him in motion, and even sometimes when we get him on the stick, he gets a little piecey right there at his hip loin. He wants to kind of break down and drop his tail set just a notch for me, so his soundness is in question. But I think one that's got enough product to him and in terms of his openness that he's got to be in consideration. And then the young lady on the far end with the one that I said earlier, the little ewe lamb that was cute and fuzzy. I mean, this is one that's really cool. I sell a lot of them that look just like this one. This one's big top, bold, really level coming out. This one floats around the ring. This one's impeccable when you watch her move. She stays together. She stays level coming out of her dock. We talked about her maybe getting a little ewy to that front third of her skeleton, maybe getting a little round through that shoulder than what I like to see. But I think one, in terms of her build and her design, is pretty cool to stand and look at or even stand and watch as she's let in motion. So To me, it's a two-horse race. We can give and take a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady's down here on the lightweight. She'll be our champion, and our heavyweight will be reserved.
Champion Hampshire Market Lamb went to Sierra Paul.
Yeah, the heavyweight. The lightweight was champion, the heavyweight was reserved. That's good right there. Face the fence. There you go.
Reserve champion Hampshire Market Lamb went to Cambry Boo. Champion born and raised Hampshire Market Lamb went to Jacob LaFerry. And reserve champion born and raised Hampshire Market Lamb went to Kinsey Slough.
There you go.
We're now ready for Class 21 Katadin Market Lambs. Caitlin Graves, Holden Graves, McKinley Graves, Madison Shorter, and Taylor Graves.
Just walk them around. That's good right there. Give yourself some space. All right, young man, let's bring yours right here. We'll face that way. Here, on up there, right over there. Let's bring yours right in front of him. There you go. Face out towards that car. Right here, young lady. Right here. We're going to bring you third. So you're going to be right in front of her, okay? You move yours up. You're going to be 2. You're going to be 1. We'll go up there. 2, 1. Certainly a nice set of Katadin market lambs these young folks have brought out. And we're going to start with the one that I think just brings the most amount of product to me in terms of a lean, a lean, powerful, wide-made kind of a top shape, and this one still stays balanced and still looks good from the profile when you get off of her from a distance. I think a nice one here to start the class. The one coming out here in second, maybe just not quite as bold up through her forerib, maybe not quite as bold in her top shape in terms of her rack, but I think one that still comes out. She's lean, she's good looking, a lamb that's still got some shape when we get behind him. The sheep that I really liked when he first came out was this one coming out in third, and I think just for me today, he's carrying a notch, a little bit too much condition relative to our two in the top. And we get our hands on him and get underneath a little bit of that condition. I don't know that he's as bold and as wide as that class winner, but I think he's still got enough to him, and I think he's an awful nice lamb as well. If we can lengthen him out just a notch, clean him up just a little bit in terms of his cover, I think he could push that class winner pretty hard. The next two coming out here are lambs that are just not quite as good in terms of their top shape, maybe not quite as far along in terms of their pattern. We talked earlier about how we had a sheep or two that was past 12 o'clock. I don't think these two are quite near 12 o'clock yet, but I think the sheep that are made nice and certainly got a lot of product to them. Let's congratulate all those Katadin exhibitors.
First place in Class 21 went to Caitlin Graves. She was also first place and champion born and raised. Second place went to Madison Shorter. She was also second place born and raised. Third place went to McKinley Graves. Fourth place, Taylor Graves. She was third place born and raised. And fifth place went to Holden Graves. Champion Katadin Market Lamb went to Caitlin Graves. Reserve champion went to Madison Shorter. They were also champion and reserve as well in born and raised. In the ring right now is Class 22, Natural Color Market Lamb, Cambry Boo, Josh Heck, and Alyssa Seacrest. Class 23 and 24 should be in the makeup ring at this time.
Okay, you want to take me around? Third, 2, 1. Well, I think we got a horse here that wins this one rather handily. This ewe lamb's just massive. She's big and she's bold, and yet she still stays balanced when you get underneath her and look at her, study her skeleton. And I certainly appreciate her for that. She's right in her condition. This one is as fat racked as we've had out here today. She's wide coming out of her hips. She's massive from stifle to stifle. Just kind of runs away with this particular drive. I like the design of this one in second. I think she's built right. She looks like a show sheep. Her design is really good. She's just not near as opened up as our class winner, but I think one that's awfully good in her own right. And this young man comes out with a weather sheep in third, and certainly a long-bodied, up-fronted one, just not near enough muscle shape, and it's certainly not as leveled at its top, not as much muscle shape when we get on top of it as our top two, but a nice set of natural colors. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
First place in champion natural color went to Cambry Boo. Second place went to Alyssa Seacrest. She was also reserve champion natural color market lamb. And third place and champion born and raised natural color market lamb went to Josh Heck. We're ready for class 23 Shropshire market lambs. We've got Cambry Boo, Cody Slough, and Colette Slough.
take him around. That's good. Okay, you're 3, you're 2, you're 1. Well, the Shropshire division, I think this young lady brings a weather sheep to the table that, again, when we get on top of his skeleton, he's just bold and massive. He's got a ton of muscle shape relative to the other two in this particular drive. You know, he's a little plain for me in terms of his look. He's a little round through his shoulder, maybe not quite as filled out just exactly the way I'd like to see him, but I think one that just brings too much product to the table to not win this particular drive. Young lady's lamb coming out next, I think, is one that's just a little bit better in her skeleton, his skeleton relative to the weather lamb here in third. He comes out of his neck set just a notch better. He's a little bolder in the top of his rack than what our one here in third is, but a sheep that just not enough to him from his loin edge back relative to our class winner. The next lamb coming out again is probably one of those that's not quite seen as end point yet, probably not quite 12 o'clock, but one that's certainly got some attributes in terms of his length of body. Let's congratulate all those Shrop exhibitors.
First place in champion Shropshire Market Lamb went to Cambry Boo. Second place in reserve champion went to Colette Slough. Third place went to Cody Slough. In the ring right now is Class 24 Southdown Market Lamb with Cambry Boo.
Let's take him and just put him up here. Well, another one kind of like the Shropshire class. We got a big stout one here, one that might just be a notch past his end point in terms of his condition. I'd like to tighten him up in his handle, but I think one that's just, again, just massive down his top, just massive from stifle to stifle. The young lady does a nice job. Let's put our hands together and congratulate her.
First place in champion Southdown Market Lamb went to Cambry Boo. She was also champion born and raised Southdown Market Lamb. Coming into the ring right now is Class 25 Suffolk Market Lambs, Landon Shadon and Maisie Stolting.
All right, let's take him around. Stop right here. That's good. All right, young lady, you're going to be first right there. You'll be second right behind her. Go ahead and move up. Well, again, in this Suffolk drive, we kind of got two lambs out here on both ends of the spectrum. We got one that's probably a little past 12 o'clock, and this old weather sheep, he's big backed, he's big hipped, he's big in his muscle. When you get behind him, he's a little heavier in his condition than what I like to see. He's getting a little piecey up through his front third of his skeleton. Probably just like I said, he's probably a little past the spectrum in terms of where he needs to be in his condition. But this one is really wide-backed, and I appreciate him for that. Then we got one here coming. Let's congratulate these Suffolk exhibitors.
First place in champion Suffolk Market Lamb went to Maisie Stolting. Reserve champion went to Landon Shadon. Next into the ring is Class 26, Whiteface Commercial Market Lambs. We have Benjamin Bochting and Brady McDonald.
Let's take them around. That's good. All right, you're going to be second. You're going to be first. In this speckled division, this young lady's ewe lamb comes to the top. And as we study her, I really like the top part of this one's skeleton. This one is right in terms of his rack shape, right in terms of her hip shape and her loin edge. We get underneath her a little bit. I'd like to drop her flank just a notch, make her a little deeper in that rear third lower part of her skeleton. And I'd certainly like to see her set and drive off those hind hocks a little better to make her travel around the ring a little nicer. But just in terms of product and muscularity and shape, she's going to have to win this class. Young man's weather lamb coming out here next is one that's certainly, again, probably not at its end point yet in terms of his desired weight, but certainly a lamb that's got some length of body. We need to level his hip up just a little bit, make him a little better in terms of his hide, but I think a lamb is certainly, as we get him fattened up and get him to the proper weight, that I think this sheep will change quite a bit. Congratulations to our speckled face exhibitors.
First place in champion Whiteface Commercial Market Lamb went to Brady McDonald. Second place in reserve champion went to Ben Bochting. He was also champion born and raised Whiteface Commercial Market Lamb. Entering the ring right now is Class 27A, 27 letter A, Sierra Paul, and Sophie Stalker.
Take them around. That's good. Okay, you're going to be first. You're going to be second. Nice pair of lightweight crossbred market lambs here, and we're just going to go with one, and again, I think just brings more product to the table in terms of shape. You get behind him, he's a wider from stifle to stifle, he's bigger at his hip. He's bigger in his loin edge than one that comes out here in second. This is one that some hydration would have helped. I think right there at his hip-loin junction, he's not quite where he needs to be, but I don't think he's quite 12 o'clock yet either. I don't think he's at his end point, and so as that fills in, I think this sheep will just get better every day. This one coming out in second is a long-bodied, pretty one, and you certainly appreciate him for that. Just not enough openness to him. He's just not as bold in his rib shape relative and even up on top of his skeleton to compete with our class winner, but one that's certainly got a good touch to him, certainly a long-bodied one. Let's congratulate these lightweight crossbred exhibitors.
First place in Class 27A went to Sierra Paul. Second place, Sophie Stalka. In the ring right now is Class 27B, Blackface Commercial Market Lambs, John Arvin, Caleb Bochting, and Cambry Boo. Following the selection of the champion Blackface Commercial Market Lamb and Reserve, we will show for Grand Champion Market Lamb. So we do need those champions and reserves making their way to the makeup ring any minute now. Again, I want to remind everyone to practice social distancing as much as possible. When a distance of 6 feet cannot be maintained, face masks must be worn. Please continue to wash hands frequently or use hand sanitizer located at the entrance to each barn. Additional hand washing stations are located by the junior leaders concession stand and between the swine and sheep barns.
Okay. Young man, you're going to be third, 2, 1. Go ahead. But in this next division of crossbred market lambs, this young lady brings a ewe lamb here into this class, and I think, again, just in terms of overall shape and power, just kind of overwhelms the other two in this particular drive. This one's massive. He's big, or she is big in her bolt and her rib cage. I really like the stifle shape that she has coming out here when you get behind her. This is one that when she's walking, I'd like to see her plant and drive a little better. She gets a little funky off some of those hind wheels, but I think one that's just really, really good in that top part of the skeleton wins this particular drive. The next one that's closest to her is this weather lamp coming out in second, and there's a lot of things I like about him. I like his shape, his top, his levelness, the way he's designed, the way he's made. He's just not opened up enough. He's not as massive and as wide as our class winner, but I think one that certainly has got a lot of attributes to bring to the table. And again, I don't know that he's quite to his end point in terms of his desired market weight, but I think in terms of build and look, this is a nice sheep. And the young man comes out here in third. Again, one that's got a tremendous amount of length of body, tremendous amount of length of loin. This is one, again, I'm not for sure he's at his desired end weight just yet. I think he's got some more pounds to put on him to get him where he needs to belong in terms of relationship to his frame size. But I think, one, if we can just level his hip up, open him up in his top shape, and give him some more product, I think he could push that class winner. Let's congratulate all three of these exhibitors.
First place in Class 27B went to Cambry Boo. She was also first place born and raised. Second place went to John Arvin. Third place went to Caleb Bochting, and he is second place born and raised. Entering the ring right now is Class 27C, Blackface Commercial Market Lambs, exhibited by Kaylin Cooprider Abby Jo Groupie, and Brady McDonald. Again, we need all champions and reserves to the makeup ring. Following the selection of the champion and reserve Blackface commercial market lamb, we will have our grand drive. So we need all of those champions and reserves to be making their way up here now.
Take them around. Go ahead. Give me third, 2, 1. Well, this young lady's weather sheet that comes to the top. I mean, this one's really put together for one that's this big and this massive. He's still decent. He's still decent in his condition. He's the way I like to see him in terms of his forerib. One that just brings a lot of good things to the table for a big sheep. He's sound-footed. He travels well. He holds together. He just kind of floats out here like he owns the place. Nice sheep to win the class. The next one coming out here is one that I think is very similar. This one's getting a little bit bolder through that front third of its skeleton relative to our class winner. Not near as opened up and as top shape as our class winner, but I think one that's got enough product, and muscle relative to our one here in third. That's what gets her here in second place today. Our weather lamb coming out here in third again is one that just, you view him from right here, and I really like him. He's dead level. He's good coming out of his hip, but you get behind him, and he just narrows up quite a bit. He flattens out and is stifled as you get down in him. Doesn't quite have as much muscle as our top two in this particular drive, but one that's certainly got a good look to him. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors as well.
First place in Class 27C went to Kaylin Cooprider. Second place went to Brady McDonald. And third place went to Abby Jo Groupie. We're now ready to show for Champion Blackface Commercial Market Lamb. From Class 27A, we will bring in Sierra Paul, first place, and Sophie Stallcope's second place. In Class 27B, Cambry Boo's first place and John Arvin's second place. And from Class 27C, we have first place Kaylin Cooprider and Brady McDonald second place.
Walk this front three. Go all the way down and then come right back where you were, okay? That's good. Right there. Walk him up a little bit. Get his head straight. Get his head straight. There you go. Well, I always tell people that one of my favorite weekend trips is to go to Vegas. But it's not to gamble, because I'm not much of a poker face. It's pretty obvious there's two out here I like. There's two out here that fit me. May not fit you, but they're the kind that I like. They're stout, they're wide-based, they continue the width as they get to the top of their skeleton. They're still good-looking and sound from the side. You know, we can pick them apart a little bit. Let's talk about the heavyweight lamb just for a second. This is one that I just love the way this one travels. This one is sound-footed. This one plants and goes. He's wide-based on the move. He's wide-based on the stick. I really like the way this young lady, you're outweighed by probably 30, 40, maybe more, 50 pounds. I don't know what that sheep weighs, but I'm sure you're outweighed by a bunch. And you're getting the head up and getting it where it needs to be. And to be this big and still this elegant through its front end, that's pretty impressive for a weather lamb at this weight. Maybe doesn't handle quite as fresh as our middleweight lamb that's right here in front of me, the ewe lamb. Maybe not quite exactly 12 o'clock, maybe 12:01 or 12:02 in terms of freshness. But boy, that's an awful good stout-made kind of a weather lamb. And those are the kind that get me pretty excited. Then we got this ewe lamb here. Boy, you talk about one that just handles fresh. It's one of those that it seems like a Marine Corps kind of a cot made. You know, you can bounce the quarter off of it, and this one handles really good. You know, this one is really cool through its front third, really bold in its top shape. Still got quite a bit of stifle when you get behind it. This young lady, you know, I talked earlier about my son losing to a kid that was 10 years older than them. This young lady, you know, is quite a bit older and more experienced and gets a lot out of this sheep. So you got to have some give and take. This one on the move, as we talked earlier, kind of comes apart just a notch there at the hip-loin junction. Every once in a while, when you get her stretched out too far, she does the same thing, and those types of things. And I don't know that she's exactly 12 o'clock. She might be 11:58, okay? But we're being picky. We're being picky on two that I like quite a bit. So, again, it's kind of a give and take here. I think both these young ladies have done a great job getting them stuck. I don't want to take anything away from the rest of them out here. Y'all either won your class or were second in your class. You should be proud of that. If everybody would, put your hands together. We'll congratulate our champion in reserve. Good job. Good job.
Champion Blackface Commercial Market Lamb went to Kaylin Cooprider. Reserve Champion Blackface Commercial Market Lamb went to Cambry Boo. Cam was also the champion born and raised Blackface Commercial Market Lamb, and Reserve Champion born and raised Blackface Commercial Market Lamb went to Caleb Bochting. We're now ready to show for Grand Champion Market Lamb.
Good, same way we did the youth. Kind of get them that side of center. Yeah, I don't know if you have enough showmen to get all of them in here.
We're ready for Ashlyn Landry, champion Dorset Market Lamb.
You start the line about right here. Let's go right here. How's that? You be in charge. Nope. Hey, face this way. Face out there. That'll work right there. Everybody can follow in behind you.
Champion Dorset Advantage Market Lamb, Cambry Boo. Champion Hampshire Market Lamb, Sierra Paul. Champion Katadin Market Lamb, Caitlin Graves. Champion Natural Color Market Lamb, Cambry Boo. Champion Southdown Market Lamb, Cambry Boo. Champion Shropshire Market Lamb, Cambry Boo. Champion Suffolk Market Lamb, Maisie Stolting. Champion Whiteface Commercial Market Lamb, Brady McDonald. And Champion Blackface Commercial Market Lamb, Kaylin Cooprider. Again, we are showing for Grand Champion Market Lamb. Following the selection of the Grand Champion Market Lamb and Reserve, we are going to recognize our first year and last year 4-H members. We will give you plenty of time to get your lambs ready for showmanship, so it will just be you guys in the arena. So that, again, is following the selection of the Grand and Reserve Grand Market Lambs.
Face me. Everybody face me. Line up head to tail. cost. Let's walk them. Take yours, make a circle, and come back in line. Don't worry about where I'm standing. Just make a circle and come back in line. That's good. There you go. There you go. Well, I know we still got some showmanship classes, and I encourage all of you to come back out, even though if it's not your thing. Showmanship's one of those unique things that depending on what the judge wants or what the judge doesn't want, will decide that. It's one of my favorite things for my kids to do. It's one of my least favorite things to sort because you should be commended just for coming out. So I encourage you all to do that. I always say this when I end shows in the Grand Drive that, this is what everybody strives for. This is their goal. This is their goal. This is what they want to do. Some of your goals are different, and that's okay. Some of you standing around here right now set goals to be out here next time. I encourage you to go to shows. I know there was a show south of here a week or so, 2 weeks, I don't remember when it was, ago. and I encourage you to do those things. But I always end talking about the staff and making sure that you thank these people. These shows aren't easy to put on. I've put on enough shows in my lifetime. They're not easy to put on. This year was next to impossible, okay? So make sure you go thank all them, because that would have been real easy for them to just throw their hands up and say, you know what, we're not going to do it. That would have been real easy. But they chose not to do that. And this is why. And if you would, put your hands together for these people over here. I told a guy the other day that 2020 is pretty much sucked swamp water. Okay? My son has a great set of Southdown ewes at home, and we haven't been able to show him very much. Maybe the best set he's ever had. Last Sunday at the county fair, we got to show a couple. He wins the show. That was one of his goals, a third-year member. During the show, we had a storm stop us for an hour and a half. The storm came when he was in the show ring. When I looked back, our tent was flying towards Indianapolis. Okay? 2020 has sucked swamp water. Okay? But we're still here. And that's the difference between these kids and those kids. Because when those kids say, well, I don't get it, why are we doing this? These kids say, why not? I'm going to come out here and do it. And why? Because they chose to do it for you. Okay? Never forget that. Ever. Ever forget that. You have that choice. You can say why, or you can say, why not? Let's go for it. Okay? So at this time, we're going to go ahead and select our champion and overall and reserve overall market lamb. I commend each and every one of you for bringing projects out here today, and I encourage you on down the road to just continue to say, why not? Let's put our hands together and congratulate them one last time. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Market Lamb went to Cambry Boo. Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb went to Kaylin Cooprider.
None of those were homegrown. I couldn't get that lucky. None of them. All right.
We're now ready to show for Grand Champion Born and Raised Market Lamb.
Oh, she said they were going to do those awards.
We need Cambry Boo's Dorset Advantage. Jacob LaFerry's Hampshire. Caitlin Graves' Katadin. Josh Hex, Natural Color. Cambry Boo's Southdown. Ben Bochting's Whiteface Commercial Market Lamb. And Cambry Boo's Blackface Commercial.
You're right. I think Dorset Advantage should be on.
Here, just come up here. Hey,
And Cambry
Bring 'em right
Boo's
here.
Shropshire.
just bring them right here. Bring them right here.
We need all first and last year 4-H members to the makeup ring. All first and last year 4-H members to the makeup ring. Exhibitors, please do not leave without picking up your buckets that are located to my right. Each exhibitor will have a bucket for all of their ribbons and awards, and those were sponsored by Iron Horse Detailing and Tina Boo. Before leaving today, please pick up the trash in the show arena. Also, we need you to pick up and clean up the area where you sit and where you prepare for the show.
Well, as we get out again, congratulations to the local breeders and for you guys for raising these sheep and bringing them here to the fair today. You know, it gets a little challenging out here. We've got a lot of differences in terms of type and kind and what we're looking for. I think there's one out here that pretty much runs away with it. I think it gets really close for reserve. If you would you put your hands together and congratulate all these breeders and feeders? Right here. Right here.
Grand Champion Born and Raised Market Lamb went to Cambry Boo. Reserve Grand Champion Born and Raised Market Lamb went to Aiden Boo. We do need all first year sheep barn members, and last year members to the show arena. So first year Clay County sheep barn members and last year members. Just go ahead and come out to the show arena right now. We would first like to recognize our last year 4-Hers, and we have a blanket for each of them, sponsored by S&W Feed Center and Laura Van Horn. So we have that was the grand champion blanket over there. We have Jacob LaFerry. And we would normally get them on the mic and share all of this information, but I know it's difficult with being able to pass the mic around right now. And our second last year member is Caitlin Graves. And we also would like to acknowledge our newbies in the sheep barn to the Clay County Sheep Barn. We have John Arvin, Kaylin Cooprider, Sierra Paul, Alyssa Seacrest, Shay Stalkup, and Maisie Stolting. And those exhibitors will receive a halter donated by Harshbarger Sharpening. And we will take a few minutes, and you guys can go get your lambs for showmanship. We'll wait on everybody so that you guys have plenty of time, so don't feel rushed. The first showmanship group we will have is grades 3 through 5 for junior showmanship. And those are the grades that you have completed this last school year, so grades 3 through 5. We're now ready to start junior showmanship. These are exhibitors who have just finished grades 3 through 5. I do have to apologize. I do not have Maisie on my list, but Maisie is in this group. Sorry, Maisie. Three. Yep. We have Maisie Stolting, Kaylin Cooprider, and we're working on the third. All right, we're ready for junior showmanship, grades 3 through 5. Maisie Stolting, Aiden Boo, and Kaylin Cooprider. Again, please remember to practice social distancing as much as possible. When a distance of 6 feet cannot be maintained, face masks must be worn.
All right, come here,
Please
buddy.
continue
Right
to
here.
wash hands frequently or use hand sanitizer located at the entrance to each barn. Additional hand washing stations
That's
are
good.
located by the junior
Look here,
leaders
set up.
concession stand and between the swine and sheep barns.
Okay. Now ease up on her ears just a little bit. Don't squeeze them so tight, okay? And if you can, slide that other hand underneath here by the other ear. There you go. More like that. Just like that. There you go. Okay. Spring you right here. That's good. On this one, try to keep, and I know she's pulling on you a little bit, but try to keep her head straight. So we're straight here and we're up here, okay? Tell her to relax. The harder you squeeze, the harder she's going to pull, okay? Bring yours right here. That's good. Okay. Now, a couple times I've told you today, I went like this, and there you go. There you go, just like that. You want to keep that straight. All right, turn and face that way. Here, turn, face your sheep that way. There you go. Face your sheep that way. One or two? One, thank you. Everybody's different. Okay. Will you take yours and walk up just a little bit? I'll tell you when to stop. Everybody else stay put. That's good. Take yours up just a little bit. Stop where you think you should. That's good. You do the same thing. Test. All right, three, I call them beginners. I don't know what y'all call them here, juniors, whatever. All three have done a nice, I've seen y'all, all three of you in here multiple times today. That's commendable. I mean, it's not blustering hot, but it is warm enough that it gets you wore out. So I'm happy that you stuck out with it. That being said, showmanship's one of those things that everybody's got a different philosophy. Do you got questions? Do you not ask questions? Do you work them till somebody passes out, and then whoever didn't pass out wins? I mean, there's all kinds of ways to do it. Here's Mike Crowder's way to do it. I want the kid that I can sit back here in my chair in a trailer, hop a sheep off a stand, send them to the show ring, and know they're going to get the job done. Okay? I don't have to go up there and worry about it. Now, you'll see me at shows with my son doing signals, 1, 2, 3, 4, because we have a number for each foot. Try to help him out. And most of the time, you'll see me with my son doing this. That means get the head up, boy. Okay? We want that head coming right up out of 90 degrees. I'm telling you, young people, I'm telling you, and I preach it to every showmanship clinic I ever do. You get that head right, you've got 99% of the sheep whipped. Because everything else will fall in place. Once that sheep's head's where it's supposed to be, they'll get them feet set, they'll stand for you, they'll do all those things. So this is my first signal. I've done it to some of you today out of habit because I'm used to doing it to my kid. The second one that I always tell him is this. For those that can't see it. This means relax. Quit squeezing those ears so hard. Okay? Quit squeezing that head so hard. And the reason I say that is, think about this. If I grabbed you by the ears and squeezed as hard as I did, or hard as I could, what would you do? Probably back up. Guess what that old sheep's going to do? Back up. Okay? So those are my tips for the juniors today. Get the head right. Everything else will fall into place. Then we can get the bells and whistles. Then we can start setting feet with our hands. Then we can start doing some of the fancy stuff. Okay? But until we get this, we can't do the rest. I'm also going to tell you that this doesn't start today. It doesn't start yesterday. It didn't start last week. This starts today. You get them. Okay? Both of my boys have won divisions at national level shows. Both of them have been left standing, didn't even make the cut. That's part of it, okay? But they all do a good job. Yesterday, in the champion junior drive, or Sunday, there was 3 kids left in the champion junior drive. All 3 of them had won at a national level show, and they were all at my county fair, with my son being one of them. Okay? You know what he said afterwards? Man, them kids are hard to beat. Yeah, they are. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Get better. Watch people. Come back later. Watch these older kids, okay? Because I'm going to give them some more tips. But get that head right. Walk set, walk set, walk set, walk set. You know what I mean by that? That means at home we start on that end, we go to that end, and we go about 4 steps, stop, set them up. 4 steps, stop, set them up. You know when we quit? When I'm happy. That ain't very often, okay? So don't get upset with your parents when they're telling you to do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. And it's no different than going out and shooting 20 free throws or 53 free throws or whatever sport you like, kicking soccer balls, whatever, okay? Practice, practice, practice. I encourage all of you to do that. I would give all 3 of you an award because I'm impressed. I think you all do a great job. You've listened. I told you a few things I would do, but today there was one person in here that did just a little extra. She reached down, she set some feet. That'll be this young lady right here. She'll be your champion.
Champion junior showmanship went to Maisie Stolting. Next up, we will have intermediate showmanship. That is for grades 6 through 8, or anyone who has won junior showmanship previously.
Nope, you're good now. I just like helping the little ones. Now, hey, if one gets loose, you're in charge. Okay? I'm just telling you. I'm good right now. I'm just saying it's just 2.
Yes, just 2.
Just 2? Okay.
Again, intermediate showmanship covers exhibitors through grades 6 through 8, or anyone who has won junior showmanship previously. In the ring, we have John Arvin and Sophie Stalkup. We do want to say a huge thank you to Bill and Jean Lambermont for donating the buckets and halters for the showmanship winners today. And also a huge thank you to our judge, Mike Crowder. I did not introduce him at the beginning of the show, so I'll go ahead and do that now. He is from Sheridan, Indiana. He raises Southdowns, and he is the owner of Integrity Livestock Sales.
Go ahead and set her up. Yep, I'm good with that. Let's see if we can't slide this other hand over here on this jawbone a little bit. And then don't squeeze too hard on them. Kind of hold that like that. Yep, there you go. All right. Just relax. No, sorry. Bring his hand around just a little bit more. Keep her head straight. Right there. Come around just a hair. Well, right there. Keep that head straight. There you go. Just like that. They need to watch these. Sometimes she wants to kick. Just.
Well, nice pair of gentlemen out here. And the first thing I want to say on this particular class is for the parents or the helpers or uncles or whoever helps these kids with their sheep project. This is for you to listen to. And listen very carefully. Sometimes sheep have bad days. It happens. Okay? My kid was in a class of about 40-some head at a national show. He worked himself into the top 5. He'd been into the show ring about 45 minutes to an hour. I thought he was fixing to win it. And the sheep decided it was time to go lay down. And off she went. And that's okay. Sometimes sheep have bad days. Always remember that, parents. This is a two-handed partnership right here. Okay? Kids have bad days, sheep have bad days. Don't ever forget that, because it's very important that they understand that if anybody tells them that they show sheep and never lost one, they're probably lying to them when they haven't showed sheep. Okay? So it happens. So don't ever panic on that. The second thing I want to say on this one is I told you earlier today I like to walk sheep. I like to walk. I like to move them around. I don't just do that to move you. It's very important when you take those sheep around that those heads are up. When those heads are up, those tops stay straight, and those sheep will prance around the show ring. Now all that happens at home, so you understand what I'm telling you. I'm not just moving you to point A to point B for the fun of it. I'm doing it to look at your animal. And the best way to look at your animal is when that hand is up. So take your time, find the right pace for that animal. We talk about that every day when we show. This one needs to move a little quicker. This one needs to move a little slower. On the sheep, okay? All right. Congratulations to both of you. I thought they did a fine job. If you would put your hands together, and we'll congratulate our winner in this division.
Champion Intermediate Showmanship went to John Hartman. We are going to divide our senior showmanship into 2 heats. Have the exhibitors divided up, so this will be heat 1. Emily Hyatt, 11. And Abby Joker.
Last we did today, except for Champion Drive. Did we ever come in and set up like this? No, we did not. How do we set up? There you go. Follow the leader.
In the ring right now, we have Heat 1 of Senior Showmanship. These exhibitors are in grades 9 through 12, or anyone who has won intermediate showmanship previously.
All right, let's walk them. Stop right here. All right, let's bring yours right here. Like this. Perfect. Let's bring this one right here. Let's put yours right there. I want to bring yours all the way down here. Turn yours, face that way. That's good. Right there. You do the same thing. You do the same thing. You do the same thing. You said you only had 2 heats, though, right? 2 heats, okay. Well, oops, I shut that off. As we get into this older division, you know, I expect more. I expect a lot more, and you know, there's a whole. I mean, you can go to a lamb camp, or you can go to whatever. It doesn't matter. You're not going to know everything, okay? I mean, ever. Never stop learning, never stop asking questions. I always tell people that. But there's a lot of little things around here. It's just hand placement. You know, sometimes a couple of you out here just have one hand on the sheep. That should never happen. I'm constantly yelling at my kids, get 2 hands on the sheep. Well, I'm sweating. I don't care. Get 2 hands on the sheep. That's how you lose them, okay? Hand placement's very important. all right? And I've talked about that, not squeezing down too hard on the ears and those types of things. Spacing, we're going to talk about spacing in this division. Spacing means that we give ourselves enough room to work, okay? Now, I can't control the person behind me, can I? But I can sure leave myself enough space in front of me to make it work. So what I always try to tell kids is to leave yourself 2 sheep lengths from the guy in front of you, and then if the guy behind you crowds you, you got room to move forward. Okay? So never forget that. Spacing is very important. You guys have actually done a nice job spacing. I can get in between you. I can weave through you if I wanted to. I could stand behind the white sheep here in a second and study it because you're not, you're a little closer than what I like to see, but you're not crowded. If your lamb jumps a little, you're not going to hit that sheep. Okay? So you've done a nice job with that. We're going to pick 2 out of here to come back for the final heat. If you would, put your hands together and congratulate these people. You're going to be one. You're going to be one.
Finalists from Heat 1 are Colette Slough and Abby Jo Groupie. They will come back for the finals for senior showmanship. And I believe we're ready for Heat 2. Again, this is Senior Showmanship Heat number 2. Brady McDonald, Sierra Paul, Ashlyn Landry, and Landon Shadon.
Oh, Epper. Bring yours. That's good. Young man, go ahead and bring yours right here. Bring yours right there.
If you're trying to figure out what to fix for dinner tonight, join us for the 4-H Council Fish Fry. It is drive-through only, and it is from 4 to 8 this evening.
Okay. Turn and walk towards that car until I tell you to stop. You stay here. That's good. Behind him. I want you to take yours over there by the, not on the fence, but near the fence. I want you to take yours behind her over there. Well, much more competitive heat in here. I think there's 2 or 3 of them that obviously were either listening or had done it. And again, I've seen most of these kids multiple times today, whether they had brought more mini sheep or whether they were just helping out their friends. They've been in the show ring. You know, and I don't know if this is the only show you show at or not, but you've been in this ring today multiple times, and that's certainly commendable. You know, there's a lot of give and take. You know, we talk about setting feet, and guys at this age, you got to set those feet. You got to set them with your hands. You got to do it the right way, and there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. Okay, and one of the things that we taught, and it's going to be hard for me to wear this at the same time, but one of the things that we teach at a lamb camp that I work at is get out your 6-shooter. Get out your 6-shooter. Just stand still. Get out your 6-shooter. Reach down that lamb just like this. Grab that leg and slide it. Okay? Because think about yourself. If you don't know that's coming and I grab you by the ankles, what are you going to do? Probably jump. Lambs do the same thing. But if you get used to that, slide that down that leg, then grab, and then slide the leg where you want it. Okay? That makes it a lot smoother, and it makes it where the lamb won't jump on you quite as bad. Again, that happens at home. It's not something you're going to be able to do today. You know, there's several in here that have done a great job. I'm going to pick 2 again, just like I did in the last class, and it's a little tougher in this one, but we're going to use the young lady directly in front of me in the blue shirt as one of them, and this young lady right over here, I don't know what color that is, with the Blackface sheep, she'll be the other one. Congratulations to both of you.
Finalists out of heat number 2 for senior showmanship were Brady McDonald and Sierra Paul. We will now bring Abby Jo Groupie and Colette Slough back into the ring to join Sierra and Brady for the finals of senior showmanship.
Somebody's got to be first, so just go get set up like normal. All right, can y'all hear me? You got 15 seconds. Pick a spot in the ring you want to set the sheep up at. Go. Why'd you pick this spot? Why'd you pick this spot? Okay. Why'd you pick this spot? Okay. Why'd you pick this spot?
Because I like to have a corner so he doesn't have to focus on the land because that's the fault.
Okay, fair enough. Why'd you pick this spot?
Because I like to be on the left side and I like to be closer to the gate, like the close.
Okay, fair enough. Bring yours right here. I want you to take yours right there, somewhere. I don't care where. That's good. I want you to bring yours right here, facing the announcer. That's good. Bring yours right here, facing that way. Test. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these four. They did a nice job. I like to do that, what I just did, where I tell them they got 15 seconds or 10, whatever number comes in my head, to pick a spot. And then I go ask them why. And there's really no wrong or right answer. I'm just curious what your thought process was. Okay? One of them was, I think this is the highest point in the show arena. That's a good idea. One of them was, I gave you the side view because I think that's the best view of the sheep. That's a good idea. You know? Another one was, I'm pointing them away from the other so it doesn't try to follow them. Well, that's a good idea. There's no right or wrong answer. I was just curious. These are things that we do, you know, when we go to places and we go to shows, we go try to watch, unless we're in them, we try to watch the first 2 or 3 classes for 2 reasons. Number one, where are they bringing them in? How are they setting them up? How are they exiting? That's the first thing we learn. And the second thing we learn is we study the show ring. And guys, right over in this area, it's kind of a train wreck. Because we've had a lot of sheep showed over here today, and probably some other species this week, and it's all mounded up. But if you get to the right spot and you get on a high mound, that's not a bad thing. So I like your thought process, okay? So for that, you should be committed again. Again, there was no wrong or right answer. I just wanted to see what you were thinking. We get one again, right, seniors? One again. This is a tough choice. There's 2 or 3 out here that do a nice job. I think there's one that may do it just a little bit better. Maybe it's because the dance partner is a little bit better. There's a lot of reasons for it. If you would put your hands together, we're going to use this young lady right here to win this division. You're welcome.
Our champion senior showman is Sierra Paul. Sierra, you will remain in the ring,
Just go back
and
by the
she will
gate.
be joined by Cambry Boo, Kinsey Slough, and Cody Slough for the Champion of Champions Showmanship. And again, this is anyone who has won senior showmanship previously and the current champion senior showman.
Still just one for this one. Let's go around.
Again, we want to say
A huge thank you to Jean and Bill Lambermont for donating the buckets and halters for the showmanship winners. All exhibitors, please make sure you pick up your bucket with your ribbons and awards that were donated by Iron Horse Detailing. We still have several over here to the right.
Let's bring yours right here. That's good. Put yours on the other side of her. Let's bring yours on this side of her. Let's take yours over there. Go that way. That's good. Well, again, thank you for inviting me down here. Thanks again to this committee that made the decision to go ahead and do this for these kids. I've enjoyed it. There's never a bad day if you're at a sheep show or a hog show or a cattle show, whatever your preference is, horse show. Don't want to leave anybody out. There's never a bad day if you're at one of those things. Doesn't matter how you place. There's never a bad day. You get to hang out with your friends. You get to hopefully learn something. Hopefully learn something. I needed some nods. Yes, we learned something today. Okay. All right, good. All right. And, was it normal? No. Is normal a word anymore? Probably not. That's okay. We got to show sheep today, and it wasn't 100 degrees. All right? Folks, if you would, one last time, put your hands together. Congratulate all these exhibitors, these people over here for doing a great job. There's two out here that we're heading to Oklahoma on Thursday if you want to go, okay? It's just me and John because Cooper's got to play baseball. So if you want to go to Oklahoma, train's leaving about 5:30 in the morning. We're going to go show 8 head out there, see how we get along. These two young ladies, I think, do a great job. We're going to use the one in the front for our overall champion. And if they may not have an award, but young lady, you're my reserve overall. Congratulations. Good job. Yep. Good job.
Our champion of champions showman today went to Cambry Boo. Reserve went to Sierra Paul. If you have a car parked under the hospitality building like I do, please move it at this time. Again, if you have a car parked under the hospitality building, please move it at this time. Please take your trash with you as you leave today. And exhibitors, please make sure to clean up your area where you prepared for the show.